No, you're not. What team are you? What team am I?
All right, folks, we are back. We're pretty excited. Parents have just gone up. The round 2 board 1 that we're going to be watching is we're going to be watching Jeremy Chiu 6-down taking white against Mark Lee, and Mark Lee versus Jeremy Chiu. That should be a great game. Jeremy Chiu, is one of the up-and-comers. He was a contender for the American Pro qualifiers this past January. My assumption is he'll be making another run for it this coming January. He's getting stronger every month. It's really exciting to see. If you asked me last year, I'd say Mark Lee's a shoo-in, but Jeremy Chiu's been hitting the books and studying hard, so this should be a pretty exciting game. On board 2, Vincent Zhuang, who just knocked off Danny Ko, is going to be taking white against Evan Banggun Cho. Evan Cho, of course, also super strong. Vincent, he's a Portlander. He was one of the guys who was instrumental in bringing you the broadcast from the Changchi Cup in Boston, and now he's down here. He's getting to play this time. He's board 2 in the Open, so that's pretty cool. I'm pretty excited. I hope these games get going soon. You can see Chris Garlock there. You can hear what's going on. I hope they're moving the mics on. Yeah. Anyway, so there's Chris Garlock getting set up. The game's going to be on KGS, of course, and you can watch it all here. I think we've got everything straightened out. We got, had a few technical issues today, but we're pushing through them. We're fighting through to bring you things, bring you the best coverage. So you tell me what's going on out there with you guys. What matchups are you looking forward to see? As we go down the boards here, I can actually read the rest of the pairings. We've got Aaron Ye is coming up. He's on board 4. He's playing Stephen Hu, ex-Hu. So that's gonna be quite a meeting there. Those two players. Ex-Hu is he doesn't hold back. He likes to kill people. So I think I discovered fairly recently. And Aaron Ye, of course, is 13, 14, young kid. He's coming up too. I think we're hoping to see him at the Pro Balls as well. So we're keeping an eye on everything, how things go. It's an interesting pairing. The ratings for the top band are fairly well distributed. You have some strong people pretty far down the board. So you have Ho Sun, for instance, who's 7.7 done. He's playing on board 6, which is going to be a tough game for him against Sukjun Kim, who's a Bay Area player, I'm pretty sure. Matthew Burrell, he's playing Kevin Chow. This is, again, should be quite an interesting matchup. And, it's going to be shaped up to be a very interesting round 2. Hope these guys get the show on the road quickly. I'm going to peace out and let you just listen to the soothing sounds of players milling about. We are due to start here. Round 2 is supposed to start any second now.
You got the...
Don't go anywhere. Round 2 going to get started. Let me know if anything's going on. All right.
Dennis, you
get broadcasted across the U.S.
We've got Mark Lee and Jeremy Chiu.
Jeremy.
Yeah, everyone's
ready.
Looks like the players are taking their seats. This is exciting. We'll be off to the races. How's the audio? Audio's coming through great. Alright, so what we're going to do here is I'm going to be giving you uninformed commentary for the first 15 minutes or so, just talking about what I see in the game, and then I'll be joined by Myungwon Kim a little bit earlier than last time, and we're going to be giving you the full rundown of his opinion of where things go. I think you may have seen he gave a commentary on the first round game between Mark and Ishan, and when we brought Mark Lee down here, Mark had some very different things to say to Myungwon, so it's very interesting. What we're going to do is we're going to have Myungwon give the commentary, and then at the end of the game, the winning player is going to come down and tell us where they thought the game turned in their favor decisively. So we'll get the opinion straight from their mouth, and it'll be interesting to see how that diverges from what Myungwon had to say. In the last round, I thought very interesting how Myungwon had that commentary that, you know, the real place where things turned around was when White made that peep to explore, to trade. He got a Panuki in exchange for giving some territory. I think, you know, most players might assume that that Panuki was, you know, a decent result for White. To hear him say, no, this is terrible, this is not enough at all, this is definitely is going to make me reevaluate, you know, how I look at these trades in the future. So, pretty excited. So I just saw Jeremy and Mark on camera there. Looks like they're still figuring things out, getting things ready. Chris Garlock, of course, studiously peppered away. All right.
Thank you.
Jeremy, good luck.
Thanks.
It's possible, right?
Yeah.
Actually, if this dies and I get all of this, and I get like the partial around here, I'm
Everybody set.
I know, right?
Maybe not. I didn't see him.
go out. This is aiming at a close, so it's done. Yeah, so anyway, I can feel this.
내가 와있으니까 이렇게 돼. 내가 와있으니까 내가 와있으니까 블랙 했으니까 블랙. 네. 이거 말 맞아요.
Okay, you start your game. Top 8 boards. If you get to one results, I'm not chasing you count this time.
Alright, and we're off and running. Looks like there's a little bit of delay between the two cameras, not really sure why that's happening. They are running off of exactly the same machine, so you may see the board on the right be a little bit out of sync with the players on the left. Who knows? Hope you guys can deal with that. See, so Mark Lee has often opened up with the 3-4s. I've seen him play a fair number of times now, and this 3-4 opening seems to be one of his usual favorites. I don't know that much about Jeremy Chiu's openings, or what he tends to favor. My prediction, yep, is that we're going to see that attachment. Beaten to it. Oh, the avalanche. This is going to be good. Both players fairly well. Oh, Mark has chosen the side Atari version, where he Atari's over there at D2, or 4-2, or 2-4, depending on whether you say rows columns or columns rows. And this is clearly something that Mark had in mind, making the mini Chinese formation here after that pre-avalanche. I feel like this is a Fuseki that is a little bit older, not as frequently seen these days. But maybe it's making a recurrence. Mark does tend to play some of the more fashionable Fuseki. And Jeremy's just diving right in. Wow. So this is pretty much according to the plan as far as the mini Chinese is concerned. The idea being that you're hoping that they come in with that high approach and figure out what to do. This maybe is just a probe. Just Jeremy trying to figure out what white is planning. Both players playing very quickly. This looks like a blitz game we're watching. Boom, boom, boom. Down go the stones. White developing a bit of his position on the top. Black making sure that white group is not going to connect too easily. Must be Joseki. It's good. That'll give me some time to set up, make sure we've got our board and stones here, ready to go. Work on that. Good. Glad to see the players kind of slowing down a little, maybe deciding how they're going to proceed. This is looking to be pretty exciting. This is shaping up to be pretty neat. We got quite a running battle on top. Black group, half an eye. Black group in the middle, 2 stones, resolutely dividing the 2 white groups on the top. White on either side, gonna have some trouble making itself alive. Black is gonna build territory on the right. It's an interesting looking Fuseki. Should be a pretty exciting game. Stay tuned. So this is a tricky position. I think normally after black has played that Hane over there on the right side, that's the 5th column from the right, that Hane on white's jump out there. The usual answer that white wants to do is white either wants to extend or make the attachment to the 3-4 point. And the attachment to the 3-4 point is almost like a Joseki when there's the Chinese Fuseki out. The problem here is that there's already that jump from the center stone, which would impact white's ability to make shape in the corner after that attachment. So I think white just opts for the Hane here and is going to have to be happy with that as a sufficient reaction. But definitely, now that they've staked out the initial parameters of the fight here, it's going to be a real tightrope walk. Yes, exactly. Rubber baby, buggy bumpers, a man, a plan, a canal, Panama. It's going to be a real tightrope walk for both of them as they try and manage each of the groups, all of which, of course, too big to give up any of them. Still, it's black who looks like he only has 1 weak group in between white's 2 weak groups, which is probably the better position to be in. But as always, I welcome your opinion. You should give me some comments in the chat. Let me know who you think is winning and why, and we will be happy to discuss them. What do you think? Yeah, we also had some help there from Dennis Wheeler, making sure we got Mark a little bit more in the frame. Pretty natural, peeping in at the white group on the side. Very interesting. Jenny, I know you're watching out there. You should tell us who you think is winning. Jenny Shen, 2P, joining us there in the chat. She will also be joining us tomorrow to provide commentary, as Milan has a prior commitment. He won't be able to join us for tomorrow's rounds. So Jenny will be there to help us in the morning, and looking forward to hearing, to seeing you here. But hopefully you'll tell me what's going on right now. Otherwise, it's just me sitting here talking to myself. So. Jeremy Chiu hasn't just connected. It seems like this peep is pretty difficult to resist. Maybe he's thinking about if he can get a peep of his own in first with the descent. Good question. Ah, there's the masseuses. Come down here, masseuses. I miss you. I would love a massage. Please help me. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Just giving Chris Garlock. Darn you. Where's Myungwon? Myungwon will be here any minute now. I think he's gonna stop in half an hour after the game starts, so within 10 minutes we should see Myungwon helping us make sense of what's going on. It looks like this could be a bit of a slow game after a bit of that early start. Both players settling in to give this situation the good comfort, the good discovery it deserves. Oh, and I'm so glad that we managed to get a little bit more bandwidth. We're not totally pegged on the Ethernet. That is really nice to see. So let me know if you have any trouble out there. Again, we're pushing the hardware that we have here pretty much 100%. So if you have trouble, by all means let me know and we will try to make adjustments. So, this peep hurts. This peep hurts white, hurts black. It does seem like white's shape is not ideal for getting out into the center. It does look like black is going to have a fairly easy time. And he doesn't need to convert that much of the right side into territory to be keeping up with what he's given away on the left. Yep, this diagonal move right here does a great job of curtailing white's development on the left side. White can't look forward to a lot of territory on the left anymore. And this also just helps surround, bend around that group. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. As much as white might like to try and push back on that middle group, you know, maybe by Haneing around. I'd love to get the coordinates working again. I'm afraid I can't. Knight's move down from the center star point, the center top star point, just above where that, just below the peep that black just made. That Hane could be really nice for white, except for that by pushing in that direction, it's just going to make black stronger and make it more of a threat if black gets a chance to come back to the right side. White needs to find something a little more active, but I wonder if doing anything else is going to be too slow. Like if white tries to cut on the right, he may not have a chance to do enough damage before black can come back and maybe just jump out in the middle, cause some trouble. We saw the first game, Mark picking up a fairly commanding lead right from the get-go against Ishan. Very curious to hear what Myungwon thinks of this Fuseki for white. So white opting to make the right side solid. Very difficult. Very, very difficult. I'm so jealous of that massage Chris Garlock is getting right now. It's killing me. It's killing me. Here I sit, empty auditorium, talking to myself and all you lovely people. He's getting massaged. It's very difficult. Oh, Jenny Shen being predictive, calling for the white side tiger mouth and then the ladder, just like that. And that is indeed what we saw. Now it seems to me, if as black jumps out in the middle here, that's going to have an effect on that ladder. Huh. That a running battle in the middle between those three groups on the top. Yeah, black going to push white towards that, and that stone in the ladder is not going to be a sure thing, right? Uh-oh. It looks like Chris Garlock maybe has sent the masseuse down to me. Either that or he's sending me something fairly sarcastic. I'm going to guess it's sarcastic note. But yep, so there's that Hane by white in the middle. Very natural. Whoa! Black with that nice dog's face there, saying, I don't care if you push and cut. It's not going to go as well for you as you think it is. That's quite an explosive move. It's going to be tough for white to break out now. Still, I can't say how happy I am to see Jeremy Chiu here on board 1. Really looking forward to seeing how he does at the Pro Quals this coming January. See if all that study has paid off. I don't know who he's studying with. If you know, you should let us know. It's been a fairly intensive study program for him. Meanwhile, all systems nominal. I'm going to go find Myungwon Kim. Hopefully he'll come tell us what's really going on. Alright, I'm back now, having gone looking for Myungwon, but been unsuccessful in finding him. And let me see if I can guess what's happened. After the original cover move that Black played, White attaches to try and get out, and Black plays the diagonal move, which is the ladder breaker. White ignores it to play the Hane, and Black says, okay, well, I played the ladder breaker, I'm coming on out. Am I right? Am I right? How'd we do? Let's see. Let's review the game, get it brought up here. I have a hunch that's what happened. I'm fairly confident. Indeed, that's where we're at. Good to know. I can be somewhat predictive. Still, this ladder breaker, wow, it's going to be hard because how is White going to continue? There's no push through, and Black coming out with these stones looks like it'll be really difficult. Ah, I found him. It's Myungwon. Hey, how's it going? All right, we're going to get set up, and we'll be right there. I was gonna say there, it looked like none of the players were sitting at the board, but no. Jeremy is there, he's just sitting back, relaxing. Seems fairly straightforward for him. He's gonna play this Atari, and he doesn't have much to think about. He can anticipate Black extending, and then he's probably gonna connect and protect that other cutting point. Unfortunately, it's gonna be tricky for him to protect that cutting point in a way that also impacts Black's shape in the middle. So, could be difficult. Alright, let's make sure we got everything right in front of Myungwon here. Thank you for your patience this morning. It's been, super fun getting everything going. But everything's showing green here, so let me know if you have some trouble. If other things seem to go a little haywire. Yep, Black sits down, immediately makes his play. Straightforward. Alright, White, what are you planning? Show us what you're planning. What is it? Here's the plan. Going all in. White comes back and protect the cut, but it still is looking like... Oh! I'm expecting a fencing in move here from Black, probably the Knight's move, maybe Tengen itself. Let's see. So in a second here, I'll be joined by Myungwon. We'll be going through the variations on the board that we have right here. This is great. Right here, we have a board, and we'll be going through the variations on that. They'll let us see some of the things the players were possibly thinking about, exploring some of the traps, pitfalls, and bothered not to walk into. It should be exciting. Looks like White is taking a lot of damage on the right. If he doesn't get all of the black stones in the middle, he'll have given up an awful lot. There we go. All right, and we're live. Okay, thanks everyone. Milan, thanks. Where did Jeremy's first
Jeremy's
set of
mistake?
mistakes?
They were like fighting,
Uh-huh.
and then when you're fighting, you can ignore it. No,
Uh-huh.
but yeah, that was pretty big, but still the second priority.
All right.
So yeah, it's kind of a mini Chinese.
Right. Looks like a mini Chinese-like formation.
Right. And this one.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And in base. So it started fighting, there. And then
So what's the purpose of this exchange before invading directly?
so this exchange kind of had to fight here.
I see.
If you play this one later, maybe
Uh-huh.
black wouldn't respond. Maybe black can just jump out from here.
Right.
Then
So this is getting this here so that you don't answer there immediately.
Mhm.
I see.
So instead of white trying to save here, maybe white can just play somewhere here. I mean, this exchange just had to fight in this area,
Right.
and that's what the way it should be.
Okay, so this is normal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But he forgot later, why he made this exchange.
Okay.
So that's the main reason.
So this is where he tanukis too soon, or
No, not
yet.
Not yet.
okay.
No, yeah, he's supposed to tenuki here.
Okay.
And yes, he wants to play fight in this area.
Uh huh.
And then let's group shape. This one, the reason why he read this one, because if he plays something like this,
Mm-hmm.
then I can cut from here.
Ah, and you can't reply, right? Yeah.
If you play this one, then I can cut from this area.
That's right. White can cut on the other side.
Right.
So white connects with that cut,
Right.
right?
And that's
So
pretty
can't do that.
good.
So better to wedge in,
Right.
right?
And I think Jeremy kind of studied, or at least thought this shape, but this is the right move.
Ah.
It's difficult to see why that's the right move, because if I play this Atari first,
Right.
then why cannot make this exchange?
Right.
Yeah,
You're not
because
ex-
of course,
Black will play there,
black
of
will play
course.
here, of course. But if I play this one, like how do you call this one? Like
A bump, maybe?
Oh yeah,
I don't know.
bump,
Maybe it's a
right.
bump. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a bump.
Sure.
Then black cannot make this tiger's mouth.
No,
right
it
now.
doesn't work, right.
Yeah, for this part.
Right.
And then black cannot connect this one because black can, but
Right,
they're
but it's
pretty
hard, right?
big,
Yeah, absolutely.
This one is kind of not. Maybe it's floating. It's not that influence.
Right, it's not influence. This is a weak group.
Right.
Right.
So we're supposed to connect this one, and that's only way
Mm-hmm.
to save all his group,
Okay.
and then make Atari right now.
Okay.
And then this is a good exchange. That's pretty good exchange.
Got it. Okay, we're going to take a second here. It looks like we're having some more technical issues.
Okay.
Just a second. We'll be right back. All right. Sorry about the interruption there, folks. We were just talking about how the exchange here of this bump is the right timing for white.
Right.
Right. So Jeremy uses that to get the right timing, and then
And then of course black. And
right.
Black. I think black made a mistake.
This is a mistake, Baba.
Black should play somewhere here. I don't know. Maybe like something like this.
Sure.
Yeah.
That looks
Maybe,
like a hard
yeah,
one.
at
to
least
answer.
make this Atari.
At least make the Atari first before coming to jump.
Right.
Hmm.
So he just jumped.
And so
and then extended here. And then jump out. I don't know what. It seems like to me, why could I played this one first? And then that's here.
wow. And Black's in some trouble, huh?
Maybe he can play this one first. This is pretty big, I can black cannot give up.
Right.
And then play this one.
Right. You
Anyway.
can't just let white connect underneath after you've already done
Right.
so much to keep white from connecting in the
Right.
first place.
And then play this. It seems like black has more difficult time to deal with this fighting.
Right. He looks
So-
almost dead. He looks very
Yeah.
short of liberties, right?
Right. You can make this exchange, which increases less liberty a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But these are all full size, right?
But in fact, I'm not so sure. It's kind of looks like difficult fighting still.
Looks like a very difficult fight.
So what do you think?
As long as black can't get those 4 stones on the outside, it seems like white will win. Because there are not a lot of liberties, right? And white has a little bit better shape on the top.
Yeah. I
Wow.
think so.
That would be interesting.
It's still complicated.
Right.
But if we check this one, here. No, it's not that easy. If black play just like this,
Mm-hmm.
and then black is dead,
Sure. White wins this one.
right?
Right.
But black can do a lot of other stuff, like
Start a go on the inside?
you can. Make this exchange. You can play this one, for example.
Hmm.
And then play this one, 4.
Right. White will have to make ko.
Or there might be some other variation.
But
so-
what would be a ko threat? There's no ko threat. It's just big.
Yeah, right.
Hmm.
But yeah, anyway, that's very complicated. If I want to avoid this complication, then
We can see also how important this peep is.
right,
Right,
yeah.
like,
without that,
Without
then
this, white can't do this at all, right?
right.
Yeah.
I think you can play something like this.
It's a little more active.
And then black should play here, then like push. This is better shape for white.
Mm-hmm. Instead, white attached over here, right?
Right.
Right.
It's more active. This one's more active.
Hmm.
Why attach this one? Why could play this one too? I mean, you can think why can play this one,
Wow.
but that doesn't work. You know, this kind of fighting
Uh-huh.
is heavily related to reading. You have to
Right.
read a
You
lot.
have to read everything.
Yeah, right.
Right, for sure.
So if I just play this one, like this one, plays Doom. It's almost like a game over.
Right, he has to play that Atari first, right?
Yeah.
If you don't play this Atari, yeah. It's-
If he plays Atari, but still, black cannot play this one.
or he'd be doomed.
Still it doesn't work. Let's say he made this exchange. So it doesn't work for black.
Doesn't work for black.
But black can play. We can push this one fast,
He still has enough liberties to do that.
right? And then if I collect, we can make Atari
Right. Now it's a ladder maker.
and Atari. Yeah.
Ladder maker to Suji is
Yeah,
one of the.
right.
It's amazing how many people miss ladder maker to Suji.
So yeah, it's, right now white is doomed.
This
Why
is
can't-
white crumbling. Yes, absolutely.
I can connect this one still, but the outside is too thick.
This
then-
result would be great for black. Yeah.
And then still white should connect this one again. We should try more. And then this outside looks like a kind of dumpling shape.
Looks a
but
little bit like a dumpling.
yeah, in fact, it's it's influence right now. If you see that,
Mm-hmm.
we can play something like this and seal the outside.
Looks like all of this is going to be his
Right.
territory.
And then white didn't gain much, but
Right.
just barely connected.
Connecting underneath versus 50 points worth of influence.
Right. If I connect it without having this influence, then white can attack black
Mm-hmm.
That's totally different story.
But you can't attack this, especially
No,
because
right
you
now.
ended in gote, or
Right.
white ended in gote, so black gets the first move to
Yeah.
make something useful with his
Mhm.
thickness, right?
Right, exactly.
Exactly.
So I think Jeremy's reading was pretty good too at this time. I mean, if your reading is not very good,
Mm-hmm.
like a mediocre kind of reading,
Right.
then you ended up, you end up playing like this one, and then thinking that you can crush your opponent, but that's you.
It's you who gets crushed,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Exactly.
Yes, yeah, I have to play here, or at least I have to play something else, maybe I don't know, something like this one.
Something a little
There's
more
so many,
creative.
yeah, so many moves.
But it's definitely you're gonna play in this middle group.
Right.
You're not gonna attach over here.
Right.
Huh. So this is maybe a mistake by white to leave this urgent situation here.
Right.
So why is this so urgent for white to play here? Because it's such an unsettled group and black can
Right.
gain so much by attacking? Or?
So look at this one. If I play this one, that's completely safe, kind of safe, right?
Right, it's out. It's got some space out here towards the
Right.
middle. And you're not worried about something like this?
Not right now because this is urgent.
Because it's more urgent for black to defend over here.
You need to have a good sense of like a shape.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So this one has looks like a very safe because white has a kind of one eye here.
Yep.
It's like a triangle shape. There's one pro in Korea. He emphasized a lot over triangle shape.
Mm.
It's very safe.
Triangle
and very stable.
like this here?
Yeah,
or?
right. This is kind of triangle shape.
Oh, okay.
Look like a triangle, right? Kind of. yeah.
Kind of. I'm trying to see. So is this one part? Is it a triangle still, just these three, or is it a triangle with these three?
Okay, these three.
Aha,
yeah.
aha. Got it. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
It's very stable and very solid.
It's like it's tripod. Right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
very
right. Oh, yeah.
Three
yeah,
legs. Yeah, like the camera tripod.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Exactly. But if you make this exchange by center, no, it's just hole.
Right.
Right?
It's an empty
Just
triangle.
like a four,
This
yeah,
is an
empty
empty triangle.
triangle,
Right. So
So-
it's like this, and then black gets to make this exchange.
Right
and then-
away.
Right.
Then the whole group does not have like a face. It's not stabilized,
Right.
and it's going to floating.
Right.
So yeah, that's why you have to play this one first. Before you play here. This is the main part. You're not gonna give up this one. at all.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sometimes you can give up this turn. Let's say black play somewhere here, and then you can play this one, and then
And then crosscut.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, you
or
can make a
double
cross
honey.
cut. Yeah, double honey.
If you have something out here, maybe you
Right.
crosscut. If you have, if you don't.
yeah, exactly. Actually, you can make a cross cut too.
Mm-hmm.
Right, yeah. You can save it at this time. You can try to still save it by
Right.
using the corner. If you play this one, then it may look like this. So I'm just trying to show you that this one stone is not as
Not that
important.
big. That's
yeah,
right.
Not that big.
That's right.
Mm,
This
just in
is
case.
this is not as many points, especially if black has to lose all of that.
And then also, you have to stabilize this group in order to attack the whole black group too.
Right.
So this is the main focus,
Got it.
not this one.
Right.
So after you play this one, black played. Where did you play?
Black Hane. Black Hane.
Okay.
And white extends. Yeah.
Then he played this one right away. See?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right now the shape has been crossed,
Right.
and then black played this one.
And this is so important because it
Yeah,
protects
yeah,
against
right.
that, and it also,
Right.
you know,
Because this cross cut is gone, then he protect this one, and this is itself is very good move.
mm-hmm.
So right now the white shape is not that good.
So white shape's not
That's
so
very-
good, and black is pretty happy about how things are going.
Right.
Do you want to have here's the game diagram for you. Pass that over. That water's for you, by the way, if you'd like it. That's yours if you want it.
Oh, okay.
Great.
Then
Right. The tiger's mouth, the cut, the ladder. Seems to be white is making the best of a bad situation.
right. So far it looks okay, but only if I can secure to kill this monster.
Right.
And then right now, no, he should do whatever efforts to get this on.
Right.
Otherwise, white group will be separated. If
Right.
black can save this on, I mean, right now black cannot.
Right.
But because this group is weak, then he probably can make like a ladder breaker
Right.
somewhere here, and then try to seal this group, or save this one stone.
Right.
So if black can achieve either one, then black should be winning.
Okay. And
So-
so
So right now it's very tough, kind of fighting.
mm-hmm.
The black is trying to seal either this one or save this one, and white is kind of protecting position.
Right. So white is very busy. White is very busy
Right.
trying to manage both of these groups.
Right.
So
Okay, but the problem is, like anywhere here is more centered for white,
for black.
for black.
Yeah. Yeah, because those will all be ladder breakers.
Mhm.
So it's really tough for
Right.
white to come out. So this was a cute little move. I thought this cover is very severe. I think, right?
Right, right. And then the next move, I mean, right now still might be okay. It's somewhat complicated. I can't really say black is definitely winning or leading.
Right.
But right now, we played this one, and then black made a very good move.
This is the ladder breaker we were talking
Yeah,
about.
ladder breaker.
And it also
And-
reinforces these cuts.
Yeah, and this one.
Wow. That's very severe.
Yeah, this one itself is pretty good, like removing the I shape.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But then this one is completely wasted.
Mm.
If you cannot put this one, right?
Right.
So
right.
that one is overplayed.
Ah.
So you can say this is just like a given. This this exchange is given.
Right. So if black gets to make this move for free, white needs to be more defensive.
Right.
Maybe
right.
hold.
Not that one.
You can't. I mean, you can't. But you can't do this, right? So if this
Exactly.
is an overplay, you got to find something else. Maybe you attach on
Oh,
top.
exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Right? Try and make life because you're surrounded.
Oh, you're very strong. That's exactly what I want to play.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you showed it slightly earlier, So
Oh,
it was
did I?
like, yeah. Well, you just mentioned it briefly.
Oh.
You didn't show it in detail,
Oh, okay.
but it does look like the shape once you see it.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, that's what he has to play right now. He should be defensive,
Right.
not aggressive. Especially this is two kind of very clear.
He still has a
Yeah.
dream of attacking one of these groups.
Maybe he wants to go outside, but the outside is already kind of blocked.
Right.
Not completely, because there's some crease.
Right.
So, yeah, probably he should just, even without this exchange,
Just go ahead and attach immediately and look
Right.
for life.
try to leave inside.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe you can just play somewhere here. So the difference between this and this is like if you play here,
There isn't already a stone here, so this diagonal, right?
so it goes like as far as it can
Mhm.
away from this area, right?
Right.
This is the line, by the way. This is the line, the ladder line.
Right. Right.
So that means any left turn in this area
Will be a
all
breaker.
Yeah,
That's
breaker, right.
So white really has to stay away from this line. White has to go
Exactly.
this way as
Exactly.
hard as they can to stay away from the line, right?
Right. So these two moves, kind of move,
Right.
and then
Because boom, now we're on the line.
right.
Right.
So again, it should be either trying to leave inside, right away.
Mm-hmm.
So if black play this one, then yeah, maybe not right away, but
You're pretty
maybe-
close.
Yeah, you can,
Yeah. Yeah.
leave this one, if it's like this, and
Now you're alive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can
absolutely.
sleep.
No problem. And you haven't damaged yourself on the other side.
No, not much.
Right.
Oh.
It's a little painful to make these moves,
Yeah.
but it's not so bad, right? It's better than the alternative,
Right. Or just play this one.
right?
In fact, it seems like this one's much better.
Is
Should be
black
more
con
complex.
it? It's just
Yeah,
come out?
yeah, it's kind of far from here, right?
Right. We're farther away from the line.
Right. So yeah, that's what we have to do. After this one, yeah, this is,
Ouch.
and this is kind of bad exchange.
You didn't get anything from it. Right? It doesn't even help you connect this stone. Like this isn't reinforcing this jump at all, because this is in the right place to make that the cut over, right? So
Then still should take it.
Really?
Yeah.
And endure.
Because that one's more severe. After this one, if you play here, yeah, he definitely made a bad exchange, but he can still manage to leave inside.
Right.
Because of that one, like he play the bottom, he play this one,
Oh yeah.
and then play this one. I mean, it's just somewhat painful, but he can still.
But you're
leave
still
inside.
alive, right? You're not dying. Right. And this is not bad. This is okay.
Yeah, that's very strong.
Right. Good
Yeah,
strong
very
shape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this one is kind of losing a little bit, like giving some influence, but you can still cut and there's some bad edges.
There's some holes in the wall on
Right.
the outside. Yeah.
So, for example, cut this one.
Mm-hmm.
You should play like this. And then go outside.
And leaves black with no way to connect
Yeah,
these two halves, right?
in fact, it's not easy to seal at this point. If you play this one, it looks like a pretty much sealed, but he has very critical, weakness.
Sure.
He has very critical. Can you see it?
I would peep and push, and then high.
They're more critical.
More critical than that.
Right.
Oh, can I?
Yeah,
take
yeah.
the-
exactly.
That one.
Yeah, you are strong enough to see this.
Well, you know.
So,
Yep. And now we're back in that trap that we were in before.
right, exactly.
Boom. Short of liberties, all the black stones die.
So black cannot play like this.
Right.
They should protect. I don't know which one. Maybe something like this. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, but this is way better.
Way better for white.
Whatever happen, white should take this one. for
Right.
sure.
Right. Instead, he didn't. Do you think it's fighting spirit? Do you think it's stubbornness? Do you think he doesn't, right? White ignores to play the Hane here, right?
Yeah. Oh, because of fighting spirit.
Why would you do? I mean, it looks much better. I think you have to sort of take your lumps, capture the stone, and hunker down, and weather the storm as best you can over here. Instead, he's like, no, I have to Hane.
Okay, let me think. Let me try to analyze.
Why would you do it? Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I do this one a lot. While I'm playing with my students, because it's in that way I can fix my students' mistake.
Oh, I see. You try to think about why they're making the
right.
move.
So first of all, most likely he didn't really read maybe what's going to happen next after this one. It's not as bad.
It
Well,
looks like
maybe
it could be very bad. And
Since
if
in
you don't
fact
read
he
it.
cannot play this one actually because of that one. I think he should just block this one. After this. And
Right.
then he wasn't very sure about how to save this one. Maybe he could have think of this one, but he couldn't. He didn't really read.
how it goes afterwards.
Yeah,
right?
afterwards. And then because of this one, black is not that strong. So many times you don't pick the right decision, right variation because you fail to evaluate correctly.
How strong you are.
Yeah, after the variation.
So he's sort of not thinking about how strong this makes him as much as he's thinking about this part here. He's sort of forgotten that he's got this extra move over here. When you're trying to picture it all in your head ahead of time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but he didn't think. Maybe he thought it's pretty in danger. White gold is in danger,
Right.
which is not true. He can leave it pretty easily.
Right. The white can live, so
I can leave,
yeah.
It's painful to be black, but it's okay. It's not that strong because of weakness.
It's not as painful as having the stone come out, right?
If it's like sealed by this way, then it might be painful, but black cannot seal because of that weakness.
The sealing doesn't work out, right?
So, that's
We need this one.
alright.
And now he seems to go all in here. This seems very extreme.
Maybe he thought this is okay, before.
Is it okay?
No, it's not okay.
It's not okay.
It's not okay.
This is not okay.
This is called like a penetrate, black and white can penetrate black.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is you should make like a two Atari from this way. If ladder doesn't work, and then if you play keep Atari, we say okay, every Atari, every ladder, it's not going to work. You lose like 7 points.
7 points for each
Yeah.
step of the ladder.
Right.
So this is that's 14 points he's just lost? It looks like
Right.
even more, honestly.
Right.
This is so...
No, actually, after this one,
Uh-huh.
1, 2,
Oh.
3.
Oh, 21 points.
Yeah, 21, something like that.
That's harsh.
Yeah. It's
So
not accurate, but
it's a good rule of thumb, right? It's a good,
Right.
quick way to calculate.
So yeah, if you lost like 21 points, it's too much.
He has to get everything.
Yeah.
So what happens? So he's got to protect the cuts, right?
Right.
Wow.
And of course, you can say it.
Of course he can save. All right, so we have some more moves here. We'll have to close and do that again. So all of these seem fairly straightforward. This turn, this turn, this turn, or this connection, and then connecting again. That all seem normal. What he's doing here is he's numbering all the moves in the copy of the game that we have on KGS, so we can just look at the numbers rather than having to go back. Okay. Right, so white is forced to connect.
Oh, did you play that one? I think this was better.
Ah, same thing, right?
Right.
Right.
I mean, why should protect? Because black play is done, white is being cut, right?
Right.
But that doesn't mean that white should play the exact same.
Play the exact same
play.
cutting move. No, no, no.
Yeah, you can play this one. White play cut to if black tries to cut, then you can just.
This is no cut. That's right. Actually, he could cut this way, but then we run into the same thing we had before. If black comes out, you can just play here. You can't play Atari. You can Atari. You come back and connect. If black comes back to cut here, then you can make that diagonal,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Same thing.
But yeah, anyway, so this one is much better.
Much better. Yeah. Oh, so black peeps. He's not trying to break out, right? He's not trying to break out of the containment here.
Let me think. It might be a good idea.
Might be a better idea.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Can't be a better idea. It was my idea. Has to be a worse idea.
No, that doesn't necessarily mean that's a good idea. It can be
Oh,
a good
yeah?
idea.
I can have good ideas.
Yeah, sure.
You should tell my wife.
So, yeah, you can. I think you can play this one too. This fighting, but probably, again, you see, you saw his game after he was like leading a little bit. Mark, he played very conservative.
Very conservative.
Very
That's right. That's right.
conservative.
Doesn't want to take risks. No need to, right?
Even he's not winning, like he may play like a conservative role because he kind of knows that he can be catch up later.
That he can catch up later if he needs
right.
to. Right.
He can win like a couple of points easily at end game or something. Like that.
Sure. So he doesn't need to play.
It's understandable.
It's understandable.
Yeah, it's not like a
Maybe it's-
intimidating like no opponents.
Right. He's not underestimating him. He just has some confidence in his
Right.
in his end game.
So that's why I didn't cut this one. But still, I like to play at least this one.
You were threatening to cross underneath.
Right. And then you can cut. I mean, this one is obviously they can win.
And just this right here, yeah, black will win that capture race, no question.
So and then if I play here, then just we can just connect.
And in that case, because you got these 20 points from playing out the ladder,
Right. So yeah, just white has nothing outside.
nothing on the outside. The outside is not that good. Can white think about attacking this group now? Can white think about something very extreme to try and attack this in a
So
severe way?
because this one is center,
Oh,
and then probably this one somewhere here is center.
Sure,
so
sure.
They can make it too nice.
got it.
Not this one. was just pipped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was actually exchange.
Wow.
Because black cannot just block here. And then this is just loss.
Right.
Comparing you just play here.
Yeah, it's you might as well just connect if you were going to do that.
Yeah, right
just
now
gave away
this
points.
is much simpler.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also a very good possibility that Mark counted after this exchange.
Ah.
Exchange is this one.
Right. And he counted that he gets more points this way.
It's more like he counted and then he was confident that this exchange is good for him. It's good enough.
Good enough for him.
Yeah, good enough.
Right. Because again, he's playing with sort of a 20-point cushion.
Right.
Right.
Right. Even though this exchange by itself might be somewhat like a loss for him, but as long as he's winning, that doesn't bother him at all.
Right. Right. Especially because this is all forced. White has to do this. There's no choices here. Although this doesn't happen in that order. First, White plays 68.
Oh, that's good sense. Oh, yeah. That is not.
Yeah. Oh, and indeed, this is the sequence you were saying earlier.
Okay.
And now White comes back to him.
The reason for this one is just to let there's some pausing. If you
You'd
play
have to take the stone down.
Yeah, that's much better.
But now you can connect everything for sure. And this is impressive. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
This is 60 points just to here.
Right.
Wow.
Okay, let's count more accurately.
I don't know. That's 60 points. I hear you only need 60 points to win. That might be all you need, right?
Might be like a 50.
50.
Yeah, something like this. Maybe a little bit less than 50.
Mm-hmm.
And then this one. It's like a 26, 7.
20 or 30 for
yeah,
50.
30 something. So 20. Black is winning by territory in this area only like a 20 something.
Just on this half of the board.
Right.
By some 20 points.
But Black has still very good potential here. He can develop like a bigger.
And White's potential here isn't as big.
In that big.
Right.
In the just 20 something points. So actually, yeah, this is a good schedule for him then.
Mm-hmm. That sacrifice looks
that's
like
good.
it counts out really well.
Right.
Right.
That's very good one. He didn't make a mistake. As long as he's winning, that can be a good move.
Sure.
Because it increases his winning possibility.
It also takes away a lot of the complications. Like
Right.
to turn it into the sacrifices.
Right.
Now it can't become more complicated.
Right. So your idea was not that as good.
Not as good. Not as good. Yeah,
as
trying to
this.
break up. He's
Right.
still. I guess he doesn't have any more Aji there, huh?
Oh,
That's
right.
too bad.
So for example, like this one, if we play here, first of all he should protect this one. He can protect it by center.
Mm-hmm.
But then if you cut this one here, cut,
Oh, now it's the
then
one target. It's just he's just gonna win the race.
you can make this one,
And over.
yeah, then either this one or this one, or even something like this one works too. Because
Any of
I
them.
versus no.
That's right. Ivers know it. That's right.
But that's okay. That's one to think of. So right now, what he has to do is to save his group.
You mean black? Black has to save the group.
Right.
Right.
So, in fact, what white has to do is try to kill this one.
So it's too small to come back and do this. He has to try and kill it.
Right. I mean, maybe it's not going to work, but it's like it's only a fault.
He also knows black will answer. Right? If white doesn't play this now and instead starts the attack here, he knows that white will answer him, right? Or that black will answer him. Because it's so this is much bigger than just this
Right.
here.
Right. So right now, I mean, it's not because he's confident to kill, but because it's like the only option right now he has.
Because he's that far behind.
Right. So maybe he can try to raise the handshake and say something. I mean, this is very slow, and if it doesn't work, he may lose a lot, making this kind of
Making those exchanges, right?
But
But if
again,
it does work,
yeah, it does work. And,
game is over.
so black has one half an eye because if white plays this one, there's no eye.
There's no eye, so that's
Black plays
one
this
eye.
one, there's one eye, and this one half an eye. So black has one eye. Black has to make another eye on the outside.
Sure.
If you play this one, something like this, you can probably still block this one.
Even so, these are good moves to have for
Oh
white,
yeah, that's right.
Now it's actually gonna build some equivalent
Yeah,
potential
actually,
here on the
yeah,
bottom half.
that's pretty good, right? So he should protect it from her. Do you know how to erase, remove the eye here?
It looks tricky because there's. It looks like he has enough liberties on the outside to do that now.
You can remove eye.
You can take this eye away?
Uh-huh.
How? It seems like if you can't make it throw in directly if you
This
just
one
play there.
off.
Oh yeah, no eye, all gone.
Yeah,
Yeah. Just turn. Boom, now it's gone. Yeah.
So
I should see that.
okay. Then black can play this one. Again, even if I play this one, that's actually much better, right?
Yeah, you're connected. You've made some base along the side here.
Or you can try to kill.
Going all in.
Yeah. But at least you can try and see if it works.
And either way, if you force black to make moves here on this side, that'll still you'll just be building more influence.
And then white can always come back here.
Huh.
Yeah, white will definitely have center.
So this is just basically like an endgame move up here,
That's yeah, right now.
right?
You
Like
can
it's
say
just an
that,
endgame
right?
move.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect.
Exactly right. I mean that's very big.
It's very
but
big.
It's not as big as to
Well,
change
it's
the
not
thing.
it's not quite endgame, right? Because if black plays here, he has this cut again.
Oh yeah, but this is very big.
So-
it's not as big as this one.
Not as big as those, that's for sure. Okay.
So in order to play like this one, first of all you have to evaluate, right?
Right. You have to read ahead
After-
and see that that's
right.
half an eye. That's half an eye. How many are left?
Oh, that's actually a second step.
That's the second step.
Yeah, second step.
Oh, what are
The
you
first
evaluating
step,
the first?
Evaluate is like your winning status.
Ah.
After you play that one, you should see that whether you are winning or losing.
Right.
That changes a lot.
So once you see this, you read and you think, oh gosh, I'm 20 points ahead or behind.
Behind.
So I better find something else. To
Right, exactly.
Right.
Then you have to read.
Right.
But sometimes you don't even have to read because it's kind of again, there might be only option you have.
Sure.
To go all in.
Sure.
So like in this case. So yeah, that might be pretty much like a losing move. I mean, it's hard to say that this is kind of losing move
Right.
for many dumb players, even dumb players. But that's what it is.
It's also hard to say, oh look, I just captured so many stones,
Yeah,
got so
right.
many points. This is such big cash. How is it the losing move?
Yeah, exactly.
It's
But,
painful.
Yeah. But it doesn't really matter how much data you have.
That's
You
the
are
other guy has more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. This is 60 points. So, all right. So he does that, but he still tries to attack anyway. After 76.
No, after this one, it's pretty much alive.
Oh. I guess because that's also forcing the other direction.
And then 81.
81 is his turn.
Okay, this one is pretty much bigger than this one. Because this is going to die.
Right.
So what black can do is like making only additional eye here. So it's like almost like half an eye.
A nice table shape.
Oh yeah, right. And then I have to play this one,
Sure.
which is yeah. If I play somewhere here, then why is like a short of liberty. Black has so many liberties outside.
That's right. Even though that's a very big eye, it's 8 liberties. Isn't it?
Oh no, wait a minute. This is not the the 5.
Yeah, yeah.
The round shape? No, it's not.
It isn't.
It isn't.
Oh,
If you want to be like that, then it should be like this. That one's like an 8.
right. Now it's 8.
4, 5,
6,
7. Something like a 7 or 8.
Depends how you count.
Yeah.
You count before
Then-
black plays it.
Right, exactly. But right now,
Without those liberties, it's not even 8.
yeah, because why should play here this one?
Mm-hmm.
Why should remove internal liberty?
Wow.
So that's only like a 3 or 4.
Right.
It's not that many.
So white has to come back and make alive, which gives black the chance to attach and build his eye on the left side.
he can just do it.
白方基本实现最后10分。
So hang on just a second, we're going to take a little break and we're going to come back after black has made life, how white is going to try and make an extra 30 points on the bottom half. We'll be right back. All right, folks, we're back. I'm Andrew Jackson. This is Myung-Won Kim, 9-dan professional from the Korean Baduk Association. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you giving us the commentary on this game. You were just so we have our board here. We're going to shift to our board, and we have their board here is inset. We were just left after black had made his attachment here, was making life on the left. And you're saying the game is already almost over.
Yeah, because as I estimated earlier, it's like a 50 points or something.
Right.
And white territory actually has been shrunk.
Yeah, definitely
on
shrunk.
the way of black leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's not less. It's less than 30 points. Yeah, it's about 30 points. A little bit less than 30 points. So 20 points difference and some of points here. So 25.
25-ish points difference
right.
for black already.
And then black has more potential than white has.
Right.
So white cannot catch up.
So white can't catch up. So, but white tries. White's gonna build something very big here.
So black just leaves.
Black just lives, and then white, I think,
Invaded here.
has to, right?
Yeah, because if you want to
67.
increase his territory, black can make more territory here.
Which one? This one? This one? This one?
Yeah, both are fine. I think.
Both are fine. Both are fine.
This
So
one's more secure.
right. So now white comes in, and after this is a Joseki I don't see so much very often. But in this case, with this thickness, I guess
Right,
it makes sense.
right. He doesn't want to confirm. I mean, for this Joseki set,
Mm-hmm.
probably black is not as good. Because even though black is confirming the territory, black can use it to attack the whole group and try to make even more benefits.
Sure.
He can develop territory
This might
here.
be complicated.
Right. That's
And
right.
so he's
he
playing
doesn't
conservative
want to-
again
yeah,
here.
Right. You have to make it everything simple.
Because he's got a 25-point cushion, more or less. So even if this locally is not as ideal,
It sounds somewhat like a meme.
mean?
Yeah, it just
I don't
doesn't
know.
give any hope. I get
Hope. They're playing for money here. I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
His job isn't to give Jeremy hope, but with this exchange actually, so it's very solid. We've just locked down the rest of this territory. Now it almost is 60 points,
More than 60.
more than 60,
Yeah.
right? But now white has the chance to come back to this and to say, I'm going to try and build something really huge along the bottom.
Right. But it's much easier for him to just leave.
It's going to be easy for black to
and
leave
then, and
inside.
then leave it. Let me count briefly, how much he increased the right side.
Okay.
to black.
I'll do my best as well. I mean.
It's almost like close to 80.
Yeah, I had 75
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, you got.
because I
okay,
still went
right.
60,
Oh,
and
you're
then
very
70, 75. That's
Okay,
what
yeah.
that was as close as I counted.
Yeah,
But it
almost
might be more because this is
Yeah, something like a 75.
yeah.
Okay. And then what? So more than 80 because here it's 5.6.
Oh, I thought we were just counting this out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just 75 on white.
Yeah, 75 and
Right.
80, and black has like a 30. So white, white has like almost 45 to 50 in this area.
Right.
So it's much easier for black to limit to 45 to
Right.
less than 45.
Black's game is now to keep this to less than 45 points.
Right.
And he should be able to do that without too much trouble. Because white really needs to get all of it. Like, he has to get all of this for 30, and he has to get another 10 somewhere else.
Right.
So it's already almost over. Right.
Yeah, this one actually is a mistake.
Mistake?
Yeah.
Wow. Should click OK there. It's going to kick us off of KGS. So rude. They just pooch you right off. Anyway.
Because his expectation, white expectation here is pretty high, 45.
Has to make everything.
Right.
Right.
Or more, right? So he shot. This is bomb. Is it hit or bomb?
Kick. That one's the kick.
Oh, that was kick. Oh,
That one's the
that's
kick.
different
Yeah, you know, the English is...
one. And then this one.
Gotta go all
Yeah,
out.
right. Try to attack and try to even kill like a phone
This
call.
is very extreme.
Yeah, but he has no choice.
Has no choice.
Yeah, right. And this one will increase much, more meaningful for black. Right, right.
Not just yet. Thank you very much.
Now black can leave. I think maybe cut this one just inside.
Is that his plan?
Yeah. Just leave here and then maybe little from the top here.
Oh, so it was the other side of the economy.
Oh. Okay, that was good. Good
Oh, but
idea.
first he cuts.
Oh.
Interesting. So he cuts here first.
I think it's worth the first part.
Just better just to cut directly in.
Can just leave like this.
Very simple.
Yeah, it should be good enough for black.
Because this won't be. This is going to be a very generous 20 points.
Yeah, right.
And that'll be a very generous 15 points. No problem.
Yeah, right. And black has like additional
Gets a few.
5 points. Yeah. Put this one,
Now, like we said, white is all in. White has to do this.
but the problem is black has some kind of base here on the bottom, so it's much easier to make two eyes or three.
So as long as black lives, black can look forward to another victory here in round 2, huh?
白方基本
All
实
right.
点最
Thank
后
you very much, Wanda Kim. I really appreciate your taking the time to share this with us.
Thank you.
And he'll be checking out. So round 3, I'll be on my own again, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Is that right? All right. Fantastic. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Thanks, everyone.
bye.
Stay tuned. Hey everyone, thanks for watching. I have some very exciting news. I was just talking with Young One here before he went to, he checked out, he's got a 3:30 appointment, something, I don't know what it is. But he's really excited about the upcoming Samsung Cup finals between Lee Sedol and Ke Jie. He says it's going to be one of the biggest games of the year. It's a huge event. They're expecting, you know, lots and lots and lots of activity. Tens of thousands of people are going to watch it live on Korea. And Myung-won would like to figure out how to do commentary in English for us as sort of community service. So we're going to get that on the AGA's YouTube channel. So click the subscribe button, check it out. That'll be November 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It'll probably be a little bit difficult because it's going to be in Asian time, Korean time zone. But we're going to figure out how to make that work. Myung-won is going to be giving the live commentary of the game of the year, Ke Jie, Lee Sedol. I'm pretty excited. He says he's personally really excited to see the game himself, so he really wants to do this commentary. So we'll get more details on that as it comes up. But in the meantime, subscribe. Looks like Mark is going to be alive here on the bottom, so it's going to be tricky for Jeremy, and you'll have to wait for round 3. See you soon. Bye.
白发开始5秒，白发30秒5次，白发30秒5次。10秒。20秒。25秒。28秒。白发30秒4次。10秒。20秒。25秒。白发30秒4次。白发30秒4次。10秒。20秒。25秒。28秒。白发30秒4次。10秒。20秒。白发30秒4次。10秒。20秒。25秒。白发30秒4次。 白发30秒44。10秒。20秒。25秒。28秒。白发30秒34。10秒。20秒。25秒。28秒。白发30秒24。10秒。20秒。白发30秒24。10秒。20秒。25秒。28秒。白发30秒24。10秒。20秒。25秒。白发30秒24。白发30秒24。白发30秒24。白发30秒24。白发30秒24。10秒。20秒。25秒。 28秒，白方30秒，1-4。10秒。
But not yours. This is
Looks like that is the thrilling end to this one here. The next round, round 3, will start at 4:30, so that's about an hour from now. So we have a break. Next round starts in an hour, as near as I can tell. Right, Chris? Next round, an hour? Is that the plan? Getting the sign from the TV that yes, the next round will start in an hour. So don't touch that dial. We'll be back. Hope you've been enjoying it. See you around.
We'll just review here and then go downstairs. So go ahead and. So again, we're just looking for like 3 key points. So what I'll do is I'll go to a certain point, stop, talk very briefly, go to the next point. If we get too deep, it gets. And Myungwon already commented, very detailed. So I don't want to do detailed. They're simple. Yeah. It's okay?
Yeah. Now white has many choice. That's white. The some professional side is kind of the second. It's no more open. It's no more. Might get some point and will get potential.
Fair trade.
Yeah.
And simple, not complicated. Yeah. Okay. All right, so that's the first one. Yeah, just show that. But he chose.
Yeah.
This is.
Oh, I want fights.
But these are light, yeah.
Yeah, but these whites don't separate. So
Yeah. So this is maybe wrong idea.
yeah.
Okay. It's correct.
Yeah, it's now the leather is couple white.
Is the best way for white?
Maybe
Maybe
choice.
no choice.
Now.
But maybe earlier here.
Really here?
Where?
I don't know.
Here or white has choice. Just ignore it. Then come out.
Just one group to manage.
The white
No,
group doesn't matter.
So just running. Painful. Do you like this better?
I'm not sure. You think I should comment?
Yeah. Okay, so we can just show those two things. I think it's a little bit complicated, yeah. Because I think after this, it's very difficult for white, right? I mean, there's lots more interesting stuff, but I feel like for you, it's not a difficult game after that, right? I mean, this is not going to die. I don't know, just. Do a quick commentary, 5 minutes, and I'll be back. Okay. All the games.
Got them. Already sent them
I
to
think they're all clean, right?
Not really, but they are now.
Okay.
Why, hello everyone. Didn't see you there. So the next round is going to start at 4:30, and right now we have Chris Garlock and Mark Lee coming down to give us the scoop on the game that they just played, the round 2 game. So let me correct this text here that says lunch. Let me make it say what it needs to say, which is... Oh, speak of the devil. Next round, 4:30 PDT. Boom.
Ooh, it's nice and cool in here.
It is very chilly down here.
I know, we're roasting upstairs. All right,
It's
so
freezing.
Before we start, let's set up.
Yeah, we're already going. You're already... The mic is live. You're hot. Luckily, you're not on scene.
My wife keeps telling me.
Your wife keeps saying, well, she's obligated.
My mic is live.
She's obligated to tell you that, just FYI.
I know.
All right, let's see.
We like to hear it anyway.
Well, you know. All right. So, let's get
The
this here,
stream
let's
was
get this
good.
here. Yeah, it seemed to be
was
much better,
excellent.
right?
Yeah.
Much better this time.
Not much better, but like really good. It's really nice.
It wasn't falling down and dying, which is
I
what
know.
was happening this morning.
So the bar was low,
The
but
bar
still,
was low. That
you
is
cleared
exactly right. All right. Speaking of low bars that we're trying to clear.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Tell us what happened. Young One and I had a nice conversation.
I know.
That's right. We always talk.
Very,
Here.
very nice. Did your Andrew? Did your masseuse show up? I sent her down here.
No, she didn't. She didn't show up. She showed up when Young and I were working. It was like I was working, man.
You know, you gotta
seize that moment.
You gotta seize the moment. All right, folks. Thanks, Andrew. Chris Garlock here with Mark Lee. Congratulations. Well done. Your games are always a pleasure to watch. You know, people are slapping down the stones, and you're just. All right, so we actually have just 2 points. We looked at 3 points last game, but this game, there's really just sort of 2 key points to look at. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at the? We'll go to the first point. Okay, so we'll let Mark unspool the game for us here. You have a very patient style.
Really?
Yeah. Very nice. Nothing fancy here, no?
Fancy.
Just one quick question here. This shape for black, it looks heavy.
Heavy?
But it's okay, right?
Yeah, it's okay because this stone also like heavy. Kind of.
White owes a move,
Yeah.
right? Has to fix, and then black gets ahead of. So even though empty triangles all over the place,
The shape is right.
but it's okay.
Looks heavy, but it's okay.
Yeah, if it was my shape, I would feel really bad. But good. Okay, just curious.
Yeah.
All right.
So now,
White.
Yeah.
So this is point one.
Yeah, point
So white has two choices. Yes.
the choice.
Okay.
Yes. Fight like a real game.
This is the real game. But the other choice, and you like this choice better, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what Myungwon liked?
What do you mean?
You want to hear what Myungwon liked for white?
That's
Myungwon wanted to see white here.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what he
Then-
expects. Yeah.
interesting. Well, he's only 9.
I've never seen
He's only a 9. That's right, exactly. You'll have to ask him. I don't know.
All right, so Mark likes this. And this is straight. This is normal, yes.
Yeah, it's not.
This is quite clever, actually.
I think so.
I would not have. I like it because I can understand it.
Oh, yeah? Even if we wouldn't think of it, we can understand it?
Well, once Mark shows us. So this is clever because you're sacrificing just the stones, but very lightly, right? So these 2 stones sacrifice, and I think then white finishes in it's Gote, but
Yeah, it's
all
good. And
finished.
after there's Ozzy. So
Right,
I think
later.
Now, black.
will descend.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's
it's not
almost
Gote
it's
after.
almost it depends.
Yeah, it's
It's
the
semi. It's so big that probably black
Yeah.
must respond. This is a very
Simple,
nice,
normal
very simple, normal.
for
Yeah.
both.
Okay. All right. So that's point number 1 to consider. But he went with a fighting option, which I have to say that for the viewers is more exciting. So we appreciate that. This is a real game. And this looks crude, but it's actually okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because of the ladder. Now, one of the things that you had mentioned when we were preparing this was that white actually has an option here. It's a little complicated, but I think we could show it here. Instead of the hane, white can actually just take the stone. Then comes under severe attack, but white can get out.
Hello, just checking.
So it's difficult for black to,
Difficult for white.
yeah.
Yeah.
But this so solves one problem, but then this is an eyeless group, so I assume you don't like this.
Yeah, I think the real game is better.
Okay. But white had the option of tanuking if he wanted to. Okay. And then after this is pretty much driven. So many Ataris.
Right.
So this is okay for white, yeah?
Yeah, it's for
Yeah. He's out. No problem. This next move is the
Yeah.
problem though. So in the game, show the game move, which looks like, yeah. But this is just, it's too big.
Yeah, it's too big and.
And this is, it's big, but there's nothing else happening after this with these. I mean, they're just dead stones. So it's maybe, I think, what, 30 points, I think?
Yeah, circle.
But there's no effect. I mean, there's a whole attack that happens over here, which we're not going to look at. But these are not gonna die,
Oh,
right? So it doesn't really have import. So this is, so let's go back. So you want to just connect for white?
now white
Just
should
connect. Yeah.
I think white are worried about the cover.
Right. Not really a problem.
Yeah. It's very complicated, but like it can be capturing race, but white would win.
White's got a little more play
Yeah.
on the side here, and nothing to worry about here. Not getting at, yeah.
Yeah.
So it just has to have that fight. Yeah. 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 I don't know. I mean, the sacrifice probably hadn't occurred. So yeah, just connect.
Yeah, connect.
Good. Okay. Great. Thank you so much, Mark Lee.
you.
Congratulations again. Thanks for watching. And Andrew,
Start at 4:30.
we'll be back with round 3 for 4:30. And I have a feeling you'll be back on board 1. A little time to get some tea or something. All right. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Andrew.
Oh, so no Myung on this next round. He's gone, so I'll be left all by myself down there. Be very sad.
Oh, good. So you can just, tell people what's going on.
That's right. All right, folks, we're going to bring the screen down here real quick. We're going to be right back up. We're just going to make a few changes to some of the scenes here, and should get going here within 10 minutes. I'll have pairings and do a few announcements ahead of time. Should be exciting. Stay tuned. Alright folks, looks like we are back. I have the round 3 pairings. It is exciting. You can see your black players for round 3 on the screen there. That is Aaron Ye, the 7-dan prodigy here. He has just been moving up the ranks like nobody's business. You just missed, actually, it was pretty great right before I turned on the camera here. Ishan Zhou, the first round opponent you saw there, commenting that this is apparently the 3rd or 4th lunch that Aaron Ye has eaten. And it's, you know, he's a grown kid, so I remember back in those days I could have like 3 dinners. Anyway, Aaron Ye against Mark Lee, board 1. Again, this is a slaughter pairing, so until anyone knocks Mark Lee off the top spot, it's going to be all Mark Lee on board 1 all the time. So, Mark Lee versus Aaron Ye. Second board is going to be Evan Cho versus Daniel Liu. That'll be great. Third board, Danny Ko versus Matt Burrell. Again, everybody who we are hearing play here is still undefeated. They are all 3-0. So by the end of the next round, we should have no more 3-0s left. Is that right? No, just those top 2 boards are 3-0. The next 4 boards are all 2-1. So Matt Burrell versus Danny Ko are both 2-1. Danny Ko picking up his first defeat earlier today against Vincent Zhuang by half a point. So this is going to be pretty exciting. Hopefully when they're done eating, we will be ready to get going. So thank you. Talk to you soon.
I come see you guys jump up and down. And then a little bit later, I jumped up and down too. Yeah, our table was going to nobody else
Little dent.
Probably for some money.
I'm getting hammered against the level 9.
All right. Okay. Okay, you folks see on your screen there, people are trickling in. We're getting ready to go. We've got the round 3 pairings up. It is very hot upstairs. Down here in the auditorium, they've got the air conditioning running full blast. It's the lower floor, very chilly. I'm wearing a jacket. Upstairs, no such luck. Heat rises. They are having a sweltering time in there. So it's going to be interesting to see if that heat is a factor. Some folks will mention it's interfering with their concentration. Personally, I would find massages to be a little bit more interfering with my concentration, but it's just me. So Aaron, it looks like he's finished his lunch. Second lunch? Moving right along. I don't have updates on the other boards, but I can tell you that our undefeated people right now are Mark Lee, Aaron Ye, Daniel Liu, who I have not met Daniel. This is the first I've heard of Daniel Liu. And Evan Cho. So Evan Cho and Mark Lee are headed for a face-off next round if they both win this game as they are expected to do. Again, this is a fold pairing, so odds are good that we will have only one undefeated player after 5 rounds. After 4 rounds. And are they going to do for the 5th round? That's a good question. So, and then board 3, Matt Burrell versus Danny Ko. Those two have met several times. I think Danny Ko usually gets the better of Matt, but you know, again, Matt's been studying with Milan, so Jeremy Chiu is playing Norman Tsai. Norman Tsai just beat the crap out of me.
All the information you need.
I do.
Tendakane said pre-game
Not even a week ago. My rooms are still.
I told him in case you haven't
Oh, you
already.
did? Good.
And then below that, we've got a Seattle
we can
Open
actually
He's
set
got a
up
very strong
tomorrow, but I think he's good to go.
Seattle Open.
Yeah, his game starts at 8.
Offensive draw. Hold on for half-point loss against
According to the schedule.
half-point win.
That's all I got to do. I can do that.
And then below that, we've got Stephen, who is playing Ishan Joe. They're both probably 1 and 2 so far. So we hope that those guys have some good games. And then, yeah, that's our update on the open section. So
Yeah.
stay
Absolutely.
tuned. There's Dennis Wheeler, Chris Garlock, Nolan About, and he's walking left to right across your
Back
way
to the
down.
hotel with you.
Oh yeah.
And then what time will you be here tomorrow?
We will return
We'll talk about sports.
for Iowa.
I will take the. What will I take? I will take the laptops. I'll take the laptops and the splitter.
Okay.
Maybe I'll leave the splitter.
This should be fine. It's a very inexpensive one. You can take it.
That's like $50. Yeah. Big top dollar for that thing. Radio Shack 2 years ago. I had to walk all the way uptown to get that stupid thing.
Really?
Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, I could probably just leave that here. They got good security. I just want to leave the laptops.
You really do that.
Yeah, so we'll just pack up the laptops from there. Everything else we'll just leave it as is.
Okay.
In fact, no, we can do that. The guy's okay? Okay. We're looking. All right. See, we're game recorders. We always win.
Yeah. All right, so you're set up. You got everything you need.
I'm good.
You died.
Wait, excuse me.
How do you get
Just here.
I got it. Oh wait, I get it now. Let me go again. I get it. So top, everyone get one.
Yes.
So here, you get one. I get it now. Why is this your...
You know who's John I'm talking
I'm also with these few players. Actually, this is good. I think I'll take some photos.
That's pretty good.
So as you can hear on the audio, you can probably make out the in clocks that have started their times. We are still waiting for Mark and Aaron to take their seats. Mark Lee has white, so he is in the wrong chair, or he will be playing this game backwards. Hopefully it is the latter. Nope, the former. Either way, something backwards probably me. Here he is. He's walking around the table. He will sit on the right board. Thank goodness. You know, you do all you can. You set the boards, you set the bowls in the right place, you try and get everything in the right place. The players will still come on and they just do whatever they want. It's just a thing that happens. So, hi Aaron, we see you. He's waving to the camera. I think this is his first game. He's 13, 14, 12? I have no idea how old this kid is. But Old enough to beat me. Hang on, I'm getting a dispatch. Anybody could be old enough to beat me. Go. Alright, so I guess we're ready to go when they're ready to go. Chris Garlock finally getting my message to please adjust the microphone gain volume down. Let me hear how that sounds.
Test, test, 1 2 1 2.
Test, test, 1 2 1 2. That's a bold play from Chris. I was expecting maybe just test 1, test 1. He got all the way to 2. It's kind of amazing.
Black time counting begin. 白方开始计时。
And we're off. Aaron going with the very conventional 2, 3, 4 points. We'll see how Mark plays now that the foo is on the other ship. Or the shoe is on the other foot, if you prefer. Two stars. 2 stars against parallel 3 4s. Classic enclosure. No micro Chinese shenanigans happening here. High approach, high approach. I think we're going to say high approach. If you're just joining us, thank you. This is the 3rd round of the 2015 Cotsen Open, where the players are competing for one of the largest purses in North America outside of the Congress. I think it's $1,000 for grand prize. Here we go. So far, so normal. High approach with the attach. And what is that? We're leaving the Joseki unfinished and just going to go Tanuki down to the lower right. Are such things possible? Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, Aaron personally does seem to be about 3 or 4 inches taller than when I saw him last in August. So, you know, kids, what are you gonna do? Wow, the attachment probe. Is this a standard Fuseki so far? Seems normal. Up to white to turn that attachment into a good move. Ah, making a nice shape on the top. Very smart. There's no pro commentary this round. You're stuck with me. I will shut up as the game gets slightly more complicated. But for now, I'm very curious to see what's going to happen. Who do you think's going to win? I want to hear who you guys think is going to win. You think Mark Lee's going to do it? Aaron, his current rating is 7.5. Mark Lee's rating is a 9.96. He is no longer 10 dan. He is only 9.96. So that right there, if you just go by the rating, Aaron's in for a fight. However, Aaron's trajectory, right up. Mark sandbagging at 9 dan? That's quite a question asked by Robert T in chat. No, Mark is not sandbagging at 9 dan. AGA ratings go up infinitely, but ranks only go to 7 dan. Mark Lee, 7 dan. Mark Lee's rating, almost 10 dan. We have trusty assistant Dennis there moving the camera, trying to catch the elusive Mark Lee in the frame. It's not easy. These Go players are wily. Remains to be seen how much we'll be able to get both players in the shot at the same time. But rest assured, we are trying our best. It's interesting how Aaron wasted no time whatsoever in invading the top. That 3-space extension from the 3rd to the 4th line. So far, this is par for the course, except the E17, D17 exchange already there. Should make connecting a little more difficult for black than it usually is. Very curious how Aaron's going to get himself out of this. Looks like it'll probably be a small life with white getting a lot of influence. Best case scenario. I think this is one of the masseuses looking on. Although I can't recognize her from the camera. So. You might ask, why does the Cotsen Open feature masseuses? I couldn't tell you. Looks like black's already in a tough spot. Tricky already. We'll keep checking in. Yes, black can connect underneath, but it looks like that will do a lot of damage. Very painful. Not to mention it'll give white K17 and Sente. It does also look like somebody has bumped the table rather substantially. I hate when that happens. I'm not sure why I'm having these lag issues. I will see what I can do. My guess is that something is eating up some CPU here. If I don't have It's amazing. Everything is running completely maxed out to get this show off the network here. And so if something is causing some additional CPU usage, I'm seeing some lag. Not sure what's doing that, but see what I can do. Alright, we'll return in a moment. We're going to see if we can get that camera straightened out slightly. But with the players playing, we may not have a lot of options here. Which would you guys rather we had? Would you rather we had the coordinates by a slightly tilted board or a straight board? Make your choices in the chat now. I love this Tsuji. Nobody has voted for either of them, so I'm going to stay down here and deal with the tilted board because it lets me say things like that this cut at d16 is amazing. What it does is it basically means that white will be able to play h14. If black comes out with e15, white can Atari the new cutting stone from the bottom, push it out in a ladder, and then grab those two stones on the outside. It's great. I love it. I love it. Great little move. If Aaron wants to maximize things by extending at e15, he has to put up with losing a step on the fight on the outside. It's great. Vote for auto-adjusting coordinates. All right, well, I'll go see what I can do. Thank you, Brady, for casting a vote. You'll get your way. Hey folks, I have some answers to some of your questions. Indeed, there is no commentary from Young One here. He had a lesson he had to go teach, so he is not currently present. Let me see here. We can now fix at least one part of this. It's a little more square now, right? Yeah, we like it. We'll keep it. As for Norman's scores and XU98, Norman and XU, I believe that XU is 1 and 2. Although, let me see if I'm doing this right. 2 3-0s, 2 2-1s, 2 1-2s. Oh no, looks like XU is 0-3. So XU might be 0-3 so far. He's a 5 dan playing in an open section that goes up to nearly 10 dan. So he's been having a tough game so far. Is that right? No, that would be, well, how's binomial expansion? Somebody help me out here. Is it going to be 2 3-0s, 2 0-3s, and then 4 each of 1 and 2 and 2 and 1? Does that add up? No, that's too many. 2 3-0s. Yeah, 2 of each. 2 2 2 2. Makes sense. So, by that logic, Norman is 1 and 2, and Steven is 0 and 3. This is just my going from how the pairings look and knowing that the pairings are a fold pairing. That's not authoritative. I haven't actually seen the results, so don't take that as the gospel truth. Right here, looks like Aaron is thinking quite a bit over how to respond to that cut. It's quite an asking move. I love it. I got my popcorn. Nom nom nom. All right. So, with this Tanuki, the local fighting on top has come to a close. And sure enough, as we may have predicted, black is living small on top, while white has some fairly substantial influence over the rest of the board, which probably explains white's choice of pincher here after the slide. The standard Joseki here after black takes the corner is another one that emphasizes influence there on the outside. So again, so black's 6 or 7 points on the top. Remains to be seen whether or not that will end up being worth giving white the influence on the outside. He also still has some Aji potential to run out that cutting stone, but it looks to me as if that may be getting into an uphill fight fairly early on. So, but of course, with that to look forward to, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad result for black. So here's that Joseki I was talking about. Black will take the corner after white hanes. Black blocks, white hanes, black hanes again, white cuts, black connects. They're going to play this fairly quickly. And after this, the ladder does not work, so white is going to need to extend up rather than gripping the stone here. Still, this seems to cooperate very nicely with the formation along the top. I'm very curious to see how Aaron's going to handle this board that is looking increasingly white in the middle. Not to mention, along the top, white was able to get that hane up on the second line there, undercutting black's formation in the upper right, and black had to ignore it. So as far as endgame is concerned, that is not too bad for white either. If he gets the chance to cut off black, then he can look forward to even more jumps into the corner, etc. So very curious what black's going to do. Aaron, of course, deciding he's going to think about it by going for a little walk. We'll just have to wait and see what he gets up to. I can't wait. What do you think? What's the prediction? You think he's going to move out that stone on the bottom? I like approaching the bottom left myself. I would think about approaching the bottom left with the knight's move. It seems like the last remaining big area, and putting something out there is going to make it a little challenging for white. It seems like a white play on the star point on the left side would be fairly big, so black getting out over there first would be pretty nice. But let's go find out. Wow. I did not expect that. Did not expect that lower side approach. So the usual thing here that I would expect is I would expect black's double approach to be high now. But it seems like that two-space high pincher from Mark is ideally situated to prevent black from moving out that cutting stone in the lower right. So, please stick around. We will have, at the end of the game, we will have the winner come down and tell us what their 3 keys to the game were. So Chris Garlock will go over the game with them. They'll come down here and they'll be like, these 3 moves were the most important ones. So stay tuned for that after the game concludes, assuming we don't all vanish for lunch. Wow! So this is a really unusual move, the jump out here. So black just jumped out. And this jump, let's go to the camera. This jump is not usually seen. You go to ps.walltheory.net, which will be this index of Fuseki. You see that against the two-space high pincher, it is rare that black jumps out. I feel like a lot of folks know about the jump out and then the slide to the left, slide to the right, Joseki, where you slide into the 3-3 and then you slide under the pincher stone. I don't know how many people appreciate that that's not really played by pros very much anymore, and to the point that they really don't consider it Joseki. So, one of the reasons it does that is that black isn't really left with an ideal shape. So, however, it makes sense in this case because, again, that left side may be less interesting for both sides to try and develop. However, usually when black jumps out, it's because black wants to jump out a 3rd time and then counter-pincher the original stone. Kind of hard to counter-pincher that original stone given the formation in the lower right. I guess we'll find out. Has decided to go for the slide Joseki. I have almost never seen this. This is very surprising. Very surprising. Wow. Okay, well. How is white going to punish it? Does he have to do anything directly, or can he just let this sort of sit here, extend down the left side, and be happy with his ideal situation there? I don't know. In this case, this choice seems like it might not be too terrible. But what do I know? Just a fata. White playing for influence with the big covering move in the upper right. Very interesting. Seems like fighting spirit practically compels black to cut here. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Wouldn't you say? Good questions. Good questions. Well, this is getting interesting here, isn't it? My goodness. Over on the right side, we've got this cut. We've got this cut, and white, uncompromising, descends. After the Hane, block, connect, tiger's mouth. Black is left having to make some shape on the outside. He's got the extension, which forced the bamboo joint. He plays Atari on the left side, driving white up. But now how do we continue? Black can't just bring that cutting stone out. That one on the top on the 5th line, right smack dab in the middle of the... That would be what? K15? K15? Those of you following along? Can't just bring that one out at K15 without suffering a lot of pain. But he's got to make some sort of viable shape here in the center. Otherwise, those black stones are going to be pretty lonely. I'm excited to see what Aaron's planning here. Very excited to see what he's planning. That's Yang Yilun looking on in the background there. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Hope you guys are enjoying it. All right, real quick, we're going to bring the stream down right back up again. We're going to see if I can cut down on some of those buffering issues folks are having. So be patient. We'll be right back. All right, and we're back. Sorry about the little interruption. What did we miss? We missed everything. Oh my gosh. Black chose this moment, rather than protecting up in the top middle, he chose this moment to run out his group along the bottom. So run the group out along the bottom. I'm not sure how he's planning on counterattacking. He could go all out with an attachment on the top. What would that be? That would be J5. That would be J5. Yeah. Whew. Could be J5, but it looks like white has more than enough resources along the bottom to do something here. So he is jumping out. He's going to try and get his weak groups in the middle together. This is going to be tricky. I am very curious to see how Aaron's going to manage this. I'm also curious to see how Mark's going to keep the attack up, because it doesn't immediately look like there's a vital point that suggests itself. So peeping against the bottom makes sense, makes sense. Now what? Now what, now what? So if you're just joining us, this is the third round of the 2015 Cotsen Open. This is Aaron Yi with the Black Stones currently against Mark Lee. Both players are undefeated. Mark Lee with the White Stones, ranked 10 dan. Well, not ranked, rated 10 dan. His ranking is still 7 dan. Aaron Yi also 7 dan. One of the up-and-comers. Both players undefeated so far this tournament. There's only 4 people with undefeated rankings. These two, and then on board 2 we have Evan Cho and Daniel Liu, both 3-0. We're going to be pretty excited to see who ends up facing off in the next round. I noticed that Daniel Liu, actually this is very interesting. Round 3, Daniel Liu is playing Evan Cho. Evan Cho, as we know, has a 9.0 rating. He's seeded second here, maybe the one person who can beat Mark Lee. However, Daniel Liu here, he has a rating of a flat 5.5, which tells me that he is a new player who has never played in the AGA before. He's got this flat, even 5.5 rating. He's also undefeated at 3-0, which makes me think that he chose 5 dan because 5 dan is the highest rating that you can reasonably claim if you are, say, Chinese. To win 6 dan, 7 dan, you have to actually win a national title. So if this is a fellow from China, this is his first tournament in the U.S., he figures, I can't say I'm 7 dan, so he says he's 5 dan, and now he's 3-0, he's playing Evan Cho. If he pulls an upset off on Evan Cho to face Mark Lee in the next round, that would be pretty exciting. Of course, I'm assuming that Mark Lee pulls this one off because I do believe that the number of weak black groups on the board make this a fairly favorable position for white. On the other hand, it's not like white has an overwhelming lead in territory. Black does have 3 corners and a good start on a 4th, so anyway, anything can happen. Really looking forward to seeing where this game develops. In particular, that capping move at M9 is just brutal. I think white is giving a object lesson here on how to keep the black groups weak. Is he just going to push through and cut? He is just going to push through and cut. Yikes. Wow. All right. How is Aaron going to handle this? Can't just block. Going to have to find something more creative. Man. I don't think he can give up those 3 stones. I think that'd be too much. So, very interesting, very interesting. Stay tuned. And of course, when I say they are 3-0, I mean they are 2-0 because there have only been 2 rounds. This is the 3rd round. Yours truly, clearly, could use a little bit more coffee. It's freezing down here. It is very hot upstairs and it is freezing down here. I know that the players have been sort of complaining about the heat upstairs, but the air conditioning is, all one unit. So if it freezes down there, it's roasting up there. I don't know what we do about that. Very curious to hear what happens. Wow, that cut looks devastating. How is black going to handle all these groups? His only hope is to sort of counterattack against the white group on the bottom, but that looks like that is going to be an uphill struggle. Uphill struggle. It is black's move. Black can try just jumping out and encircling, but there's a lot of forcing moves for white along the bottom. Not convinced he can't just break out. Very curious to see how this develops. 2-0. Players are 2-0. Right. I knew that. This is a great little sequence by white. He's aiming at... he has the K5 Atari to be able to capture the stones, just keeping black from just keeping white in like he might want otherwise. So, nice little combination. After white connects and black connects to the right, white can cut to the left, and if black connects, white will win the capturing race after white stands up. Very solid, very solid. Not sure how black's gonna keep all of his stones alive. He has to start running that group out on the side. Not sure what he can do about it. Very interesting. So here it is. This is the exchange. There's the K5 Atari. Black is going to capture, and white gets to push through and catch those 3 stones with a nice little focus from the camera. Really appreciate that. Not sure why we're having that issue again, but that's great. So black gets some thickness here. The problem is that that thickness maybe isn't going to build anything, and he gave up those 3 on the right. So very curious to see what Aaron is going to be able to do with this pawn nuki he got. It's not a lot of points. In comparison, white picks up 6 points from that for free. So Aaron, he's got to save the other 3 stones that he cut off there along the seventh row. That is just too big. Oh, and white's going to punish him by taking this sente here while he can. It would be very hard to ignore this. It's black. Group that's coalescing here in the middle of the right side is going to have a difficult time finding eyes. Difficult time finding eyes. Not sure where Aaron's going to go for that. Even if it does find eyes, odds are white is going to make some territory on the right. And again, it's tough to see how black ends up with sente out of this, which means white will probably also be the first one to get the big point on the left. Oh, black deciding he can't take time to answer h4, that connecting move. That means that he is basically leaving those stones hanging, and it looks like somebody has hit the computer upstairs, maybe having a little stuttering. That's what I get when I leave things all alone. This is very hard. Whew. This is, wow. Wow. I wonder if black has dreams of attacking that whole group along the bottom. It seems impossible because with the connection at h4, white can attach to that lone line. So the idea of destabilizing that whole white group on the bottom seems a little outlandish. But what do I know? What do I know? Chris Garlock thinking he could sneak attacks, stunned back to life by Aaron's rapid play. Standing up there. Whew. That's right, Chris, you better put that phone down. Can't miss a move. This is important. I kid. But this seems straightforward, pushing right through. White is coming out, and black is going to be cut to ribbons. Depending on how you count, 2, 3, 4 eyeless black groups. It's not really 4 because white hasn't yet pushed in to cut on the bottom. But goodness gracious, how is black possibly going to manage them all? Okay, giving up that little diagonal bump there in the middle in exchange for turn. Which means we are still looking at luxury of an unworried attack in the middle. Those 3 stones in the middle coming out of the bottom I am not sure how you put them under some pressure. Even if black tries a double hane here, it seems like it is just too easy for white to make a reasonable shape, then turn around and cut on the bottom and make a dumpling out of that group. Tasty, tasty dumplings. Not to mention that if that black group gets cut off on the bottom, that attachment on the bottom left gets even more dire. So we'll see. So are we going to see the double hane? I figured we'd see the double hane, but maybe black figures he can't go that far. No, you got a double hane here, right? Right? You gotta. You gotta. You get all Shia LaBeouf here. Just do it! Come on! Nope, he's thinking. Wow. Ignoring the double hane to just go right ahead and push through on the right side. That is not a move I would have thought of. So black, look at him waving his hand around. How is he going to do this? White seems very confident. If black can catch these white stones, that may have been a very strange move, but wow, does the diagonal move not work for black here? It looks like he should be able to get something. But he's just connecting. Gracious me. He's connecting. He's saying these 5 stones in the middle will live. So how? So how? Someone tell me how. How does it work? Looks to me like that diagonal move at, what is it, J9? Diagonal move here at J9 makes it rather difficult for black to get through. But no, there's that wedge. He's aiming at the wedge. Of course, he's aiming at the wedge. He's wedging. If he wedges here at N8, even though black can capture that stone, when white comes back to play Atari at P6, it is over. So that wedge is a very urgent threat right now, and that explains what we see here. That explains this. And so now, rather than just jump out or do something straightforward, first we're going to defend in an attacking way. Defend by attacking. By cutting off this group and making it a fair fight. We're going to take this group running off with us. So, very interesting. Very, very difficult. On the other hand, it does look like J8 here might work. This is a very interesting question. Chris, why don't you come here? Tell me what you think. Come on, come here. Tell me what you think. Pull up a chair. Being joined here by Chris Sira, our indoubtable TD. Scoot in. Come on in. Tell me what you think is going on here. All right. So what just happened? What just happened was, wow, I can't even explain what just happened. There it is. There's that extension. It looks like that catches these stones in the middle. Looks like that has Mark Lee wondering. So wow. So how you doing? How's goes the pairing? It looks like every round has started almost exactly on time. By the way, congratulations.
Thank you. So far, so good.
So far, so good, right? So this is a fold pairing we have.
No,
It is not.
No, it's split.
It's a split. What do you mean split?
Top half, bottom half.
Oh, it's a slide. Ah, a split is also called slide? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right. So it's a slide pairing, which means that after this round, there will be two people who are 3-0, right?
Right.
And they will face each other at the end. So can you tell me anything about this guy, Daniel Liu, who's 2-0 also? I see this 5.5, and that makes me think this is his first tournament ever. What do you think?
I'm sure it is.
Yeah?
But too many people to keep track of.
Too many,
What are
yeah,
we,
well, you have
148
had
at this one.
148. Congratulations.
I had nothing to do with it. Tell Samantha, tell Eric.
Yeah, well, that's true.
They did a good job.
The whole
preparing for
team
this
here has
one.
been pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. So,
Now, what was the last move?
what was the last move? The last move was White took the coat down here.
Oh, water.
White just took the coat. Make it a bit bigger there for you. Easier to see.
Now, the real question is, why aren't you playing?
Why am I not playing? It is a great question. Because nobody yet has come to take my job. I'm hoping someone does. Why aren't you playing?
Same thing.
Same answer? Oh man. That's right, good TDs are hard to find. Let's see. But yeah, this was a very interesting trade here. Black let these guys get cut off. He's got a bunch of groups just hanging. But it looks like this extension is good enough to cut off these 5 stones in the middle. Not sure what that leaves White, because I would have said that those 5 stones are too big to catch. On the other hand, playing the Ko, and if he cuts off that group on the bottom, he will catch the whole bottom with this attachment, right? 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 He can kill that whole lower left corner with an attachment. So if Black just connects here, now White captures. White's still aiming to cut across. No, he isn't aiming to cut across.
Well.
Yes, he is. No, he isn't. Yes, he is. No, he isn't. No, he isn't.
Short on liberties.
Short on liberties, can't cut across. However, if he doesn't just, if Black connects and White doesn't just capture, oh, he's bringing these out. Black's going after the top. Getting these 5 stones in the middle may be enough for Black to bring this cutting stone out on the top, which endangers the whole White group, right?
I don't know. I think Mark has something up his
You
sleeve.
think he's got something up his sleeve?
I'm pretty sure he does.
He's wearing short sleeves. It's hot up there. Do you know
Yeah.
why it's so hot up there?
I think the air wasn't on earlier.
Is it on now?
I think so.
Oh, they figured it out. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it... Man, I wonder if Mark missed this extension at J8. Not that I would ever say Mark misses anything, mind you. But J8 sure does seem like it sews up these 5 stones in the middle without any trouble. Oof. So, empty triangle, empty triangle. Going for the win. And where does this go? It still looks like this White stones are in some danger. Mark Lee in danger. We haven't seen that yet this tournament. It has been fairly comfortable the whole time. But right now this looks like this could be the first... Oh, you know what? I take back everything I said. I take it all back. I take it all back. So how's the tournament going for you? Is this a good one? Easy one?
Going well.
Excellent? Yeah, going well.
Except for the players who don't report their game results.
Right.
which-
Actually, this is great. You have an audience right now. You have Go players watching right now. What is one thing that they can do as Go players to make the TD's lives slightly easier?
Come here on time.
Show up on time.
Check off your name.
Check off your name.
Talk to me. Tell me that you're here. And report your game results. Although that
Report
last
your
one,
game results. Yeah.
all of these I really don't care about because they affect you. You don't come and see me, you don't play. You
Right.
don't report your game result, you get a loss.
That's a
It's,
good point. That's a good point.
So
Yeah. So if I lost but my opponent doesn't report the game result. No wait, it's on me to if I lose it's on me to report it, right? As the loser?
I would say it's on both of you.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean,
You gotta
if,
give it and confirm it.
if the winner wants credit for the win, the winner better make sure that he was marked down as
There
the
you
winner.
go. That's right. That's right. Wow.
Oh boy.
Going for the ko. Because bringing those stones out in the middle, that is not just about that white group on the top. That is about the white group in the top left and the top right. Oh, look at Aaron. He's smiling. He's mugging for the camera. He knows. I think he knows he's got a reasonable game here against Mark. He, it's interesting as he's gotten older. When he was a little kid, he would wear his joy on his face fairly directly. Like if he was beating you, he would let you know that he was beating you. And I think that as he's grown older, he's been a little bit better about hiding that. But that seemed like jubilation, I think I saw there. Jubilation. Huh. This looks like a good forcing move, though. If Mark gets to force black to make life on the top, boom, boom, they're ready to play that exchange. So if he forces black to connect or make life on the top, but he's still alive, because even if Mark blocks, the descent will still be sente to connect. Right? Up on the top. If Mark blocks here, blocks on the second line, what is that, FG2? Then black can descend. That's still sente to connect. And then after that, the hanging connection makes a very big shape. So black is alive, as it stands. Wow. Goodness gracious.
Now, tell me about the hardware, the setup here used.
The hardware and the setup.
To
Oh my
record
God.
this game, top and side.
The incredibly disappointing hardware that we've had so far today. Let's see. So what we've got is upstairs we have a Linux machine that is running 2 copies of the Open Broadcasting software. And they are streaming the 2 feeds that you see of the players and the players' board. They are streaming that off to the cloud, that magical place where all of our computers go these days.
Where is the cloud?
In this case, it is, I don't know. It's in US Central -1, whatever that means. So, good question. Iowa? Ohio? I don't know. It's probably confidential. Kentucky. Who knows? No, I don't think it's Kentucky. I think they keep it on the west side because I think they keep it up. Anyway, neither here nor there. So it goes off to there, and then we're downstairs in the auditorium where it is freezing cold. And down here we are pulling the streams off of the cloud, and we are compositing them here on a Windows laptop, which has proven to be a little bit inadequate. I had not accounted for, this is a brand new i7 machine, but it has no graphics accelerator, because my understanding is that most of compression cannot be helped by the graphical acceleration. So what I'm finding, though, is that most of the work is taking the 2 streams. So we're basically taking 2 HD streams and playing them simultaneously, and then also compositing that and pushing it out again. So that's a lot of work for any one computer, but apparently it is that decompression of the other streams where where a graphics card would be handy. So we'll see if we can't get that straightened out for the next major tournament. But that's how that's working. We're also trying a new piece of software, XSplit. What has even just happened? Where did white play? What have I missed? Where was black split? Where did white play before this? Ah, white takes the ko. Black turns around. Wow. Wow. It's a squeeze. It's a major squeeze. This is a one-way street. Connect, connect, connect. White's got Hane around on the outside. That is quite a dumpling. What is black going to get for having created such a tasty and delicious dumpling? Now with that squeeze, black's dumpling actually larger than white's. Does that mean black is winning? What do you think? Pro or against?
I don't know.
It's a good question. Makes me ready for dinner, personally. Thinking about dumplings.
No.
So this is a good move here, this extension, just maximizing liberties.
Yeah, as it was before, it made me think of the B-2 bomber, but a cruise missile or something.
Right. It's a B-2 bomber with some extensions. Both players picking up the pace here. Those seem to be a very expected sequence of moves. White looks to be out of trouble. Lived in the top right, and that group on the top left coming out fairly nicely. Shame. I feel like black at some point is going to have to go back and save those 2 stones that are just floating in the middle, keeping those 5 white stones dead. Because if he doesn't, if white gets a chance to grab those 2 stones, now all of his groups are floating again. Right? He comes back, doesn't come back and connect here. This is going to be hard.
Yeah, what was that left in favor of him? Just jumping in on the game.
What was that
here.
left in favor of? That was left in favor of starting this attack here in the middle, bringing that cutting stone out. Here, let me show you. We'll just do a little rewind. So he leaves that here in favor of bringing these stones out in the top middle. And so far, that seems to be working out. It's not like white's in a big hurry to come capture those 2 stones. On the other hand, wow, good question. Let's see what happened. Was it that one he left? Oh my gosh! Okay, it looks like we have our mystery new Chinese player, Daniel Liu, will not be making it 3-0 to play Mark Lee tomorrow. Evan Cho has beaten him on board 2, so just got word. Evan Cho, 3-0. Will face the winner of this game here tomorrow morning. When's the game start tomorrow morning?
11, I think.
It's whenever you tell us they start, so you can go by fiat here. Whatever you say goes.
This is a call for the tournament organizer.
Oh yeah?
Let's get Samantha in here.
Get Samantha in here? No. Alright, that sounds good. If you want. Fine by me. So. Let's see, where are we? It's gone. Gracious, gracious, gracious.
I'm excited for the pro, the simul's tomorrow.
That's
morning.
right. That's right. Tomorrow morning, what's happening is Yang Yilin is playing. Who's he playing? A whole bunch of folks, or he's playing. I thought he was playing someone remotely. He's playing a demonstration game against.
I do not have the details.
Oh yeah. All right. I'll ask Samantha. That's right. You're the you've got enough to worry about. I don't need to ask you these questions. You got enough on your plate.
How many people are tuned in here? Do you know?
We got a few dozen. Not that many. They come in, they come out, they come to go. We've had a lot of trouble putting a regular stream out here, so. Also, no offense, but a lot of folks I feel like tuned in to see Myung-Won Kim. He has a lot of interesting things to say about this that, frankly, I do not.
Join the club.
That's right. I was hoping he'd be here to explain it to me. Tomorrow morning, Myung-Won will do the first game, and Jenny Shen will do the last one. So Jenny Shen will do the championship game. So how does this work? It's 5 rounds, right? Not 4?
5 rounds, yeah.
So, but our open is 16 people. So by the end of the 4th round tomorrow, we'll have one person undefeated and a bunch of people at 3-1.
Right. The field is just too small.
Too small.
Unless we
right.
we jump down to 3 dons and
right.
You know,
Right.
Then when you do that slide.
So how do you decide who? So how do we figure out which of the 3-1s gets a crack at the undefeated player?
Let the system do its thing, but it'll be tiebreak related.
Right. So the system will make that decision based on tiebreaks.
Tiebreaks.
So SOS or SODOS
Right,
or
those two, and then
sauce and SODOS and SODOS, sauce.
Sauce. Yeah. No.
Are they pronounced out loud? Like how do tournament directors talk about these things? Do they say sum of scores? Do they say?
No, I would say SOS and SODOS, but
SOS
once
and
it gets
SODOS.
3 or 4 levels deep,
It becomes a little unwieldy.
a little bit Inception-like, yeah.
Right, that's right. That's crazy.
Yeah, just too bad that we don't have a field of 32, have the unique winner. But so many people come and go. Lots of strong players play one day.
And then don't come back the next one.
Right.
Man.
And that's fine. It's not like their opponents are buyed out because we'll do a second check-in.
That's true.
But still, there's no sense in calling it a fixed 32-person open section and then have a lot of buys on the second day.
Good point.
6, 7, 8 dons, they want to play all 5 rounds.
How do you do it, counting? Not to mention we'll be counting on camera, which adds plus or minus 10 points of inaccuracy.
Yeah. Guess I have to start figuring out which stones are dead.
Oh, gracious. I feel like these two, I'll start. These two black stones on the right, I am safely going to make the prediction that they are dead at the end of the game. I feel fairly confident about that one.
I don't know. I've seen crazier.
I know. I thought that was a safe bet. All right, let's see. Let's see. Aaron hesitating. What's he worried about? Oh, he's not convinced that the upper left is.
Hanging out, right?
Yeah, it seems that way. But I feel like if he whiffs in Gote here, he is going to have some troubles. It's a complicated one. Gracious me. Alright, tell you what, let's take a brief break. When we come back, by we take a break, I mean we're going to take a break. We're going to leave the camera on these guys so you guys don't miss a move. But we'll see you around. Back on. Oh my gosh, there's that extension on the left. How did Mark Lee get to that? We're both sitting here. You're still with. Oh, I'm gonna leave the camera off. It's getting casual back here, but we are vicious. That to me suggests that Black thinks he's behind. I don't think you play like if you think you're doing all right, maybe you don't need to go for the most extreme end game possible. Because this right here, this says, wow. So there's still some weaknesses with that connection off to the left, right? Those 5 stones still have some aji. But if Aaron is in for a penny, he is in for a pound. How does this work? He is inviting the cut. No, we're gonna dodge away and peep.
Aaron won't get too many points out of that black group.
Can't,
Bottom
right?
left.
Oh, you mean the 2 that he's just added stones to?
No.
You mean the
This
one,
guy.
the one in the bottom left there? Oh yeah, that's got to be like 8 points tops, right? Tops, probably more like 6. Let's call it 6. He's not getting that many points on the top either because I believe that capturing the stone that's hanging up on the very top second line, I believe that's Sente, and that's going to force Black to connect. Oh no, I guess Black will get a few points out of that. We'll see. Oh, now Mark hesitating. He wants to just cut that. He is reading it twice. He is making his list. He is checking it twice. Just gonna peep. Just gonna peep. Well, that tells you all you need to know. The cut must not have worked. If the cut had worked, you would have cut. And don't peep where you can cut. It's like
I don't know.
foundation.
If I were playing and my opponent put the stone there, it probably would have worked.
Oh yeah? You think the cut? Oh, I see. If you're holding the black stones, cut works. It does look like there's some aji. He could resurrect the 5 stones if he cuts directly, but he might lose the whole lower left. So I wonder if that's the decision-making process going there. Now, from what we can hear, it sounds like a lot of the games are wrapping up upstairs.
How long have they been going here? 2 hours.
2 hours. Goodness. Goodness. Now, just a reminder, when the game ends, the winner, about whom I am now no longer sure at all, the winner will come on down here and tell us where they thought the game was decided. Chris Garlock's going to come down and ask them what their 3 keys to the game were. So if you want to stay tuned at the end of the game, that's going to be worth catching. We will see. Meantime, it seems like Black gave up a lot with that attachment. Because it looks like that nose to Suji works. For some definitions of works. This looks like this could be it, folks. cutting across there. Too many places to defend. After this, it looks like white either resurrects his 5 stones in the middle and destabilizes everything, or black loses that group on the left. Between a rock and a hard place. That was a great little sequence there in the upper left, drawing that stone out of Atari, thus making sure that his group would be alive, so he could come back and cut across and leave Aaron on the horns of a very difficult dilemma. Not to mention that if he does resurrect those 5 stones, there is still some cutting Aji around the middle, right around M11. That connection, it's possible black could end up losing a lot of stones in the middle. Even if he does find a way to attack that upper left, probably kill it at this point because it doesn't have anywhere to run. That would be a hell of an exchange. You know, if those 2 stones on the right end up coming back to life that I was so confident would be dead, I would really have to tip my hat to you. Oh, looks like a resignation. Oh, looks like the game has ended. Black has resigned. Thanks everyone for joining us. Stay tuned. In about 5-10 minutes, we'll have Mark Lee down here give us the winner's debrief. And tomorrow morning, 11:30? 11:30? Round 1. 11?
10:30 or 11.
10:30, 11 tomorrow morning. We'll get the schedule updated before they come down here to do their winner's circle. And we'll also see if we can't do the simul game that Yang is doing. We'll see if we can't get that broadcast as well. But no promises there. Either way, we'll update the schedule as we go along. Hey, Chris, thanks for joining me. Appreciate it.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah, my pleasure. All right, guys, thanks everyone. And we will talk to you when we see Mark down here for his winner's report. See you soon. Bye. Hey everyone, just a second here. We're going to bounce the stream down, be right back up with Mark Lee and Chris Garlock. Fresh off the victory. Fresh off the kill, I guess I should say. All right, stay tuned. We're just going to bounce the stream.